Okay, let's get started. Hope you're all good. Friday, one moment. My headphone cable is tangled up with my Xbox controller. Let's not do that, or else I'm gonna pull stuff off the desk. That's not good. Welcome. Should be good. Hope your week was alright. Got some more Earl Grey tea. So we can go and do some stuff. So last week I had some chords and I figured might as well pull those in today and see if we can do something with it. My week was alright, actually. Nothing too special, but it was alright. Fixed my bike tire. That was the only sort of like annoying thing this week. Yeah, that was last Friday, exactly. Right before the stream. I'm based in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Yeah, last week before the stream, I went to the supermarket, and on my way there, I cycled through a bunch of broken glass, like some stupid dumb fuck threw a bunch of beer bottles on the bike path, and yeah, of course I had to cycle straight through it, but it's fixed. It's fixed. I still had some spare tires, so yeah. I know what happens. It's probably just some drunk teenagers, you know. Why throw your beer bottles in the fucking trash bin when you can just smash them on the ground, right? I mean, I've been there. Don't get me wrong. Like, I've been a teenager as well, so I know I still look like one, but no, just kidding. 10-cent deposit. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a thing back when I was a teenager. I think it was, but not that we really cared about it. It's the same with aluminum cans right now. I don't really care about it. I know that I will get some money back if I bring them to the store, but like I don't really fancy walking to the store with a whole fucking bag full of these empty cans which are always going to be all dirty and like your hands are gonna be sticky and it's also like the supermarket only has one of those machines, so there's gonna be a line in front of it every single time. And I will always have the bad luck that there's like, you know, one of the it's a thing, right? Ever since they made this thing where you get like I believe it's like 10 cents or something for every can that you bring back to the store. There's like homeless people, right? Or, you know, nothing against homeless people, of course. I mean, I get it. That will search for cans and then they will bring them to the store, and you know that's how they get some money. And I always have the bad luck that when I want to bring some cans back, there's like a line because there's a homeless person with like 3 or 4 bags full, just putting these cans in one by one, and I just don't really fancy doing it. So yeah, that's just whatever. We do have this thing now where they fitted the trash cans outside with like this basically this sort of like I don't even know what to call it. A device. It's not really a device. It's like just basically a spot where you can put your cans so that if a homeless person comes by, they don't have to go and sift through all the garbage. They can just literally grab the cans straight away. They don't have to either open up the trash can with like a key that they have or something, or sift through all the garbage. They can just literally just grab it, because it's just sort of like you can just put it on the outside of the trash bin with like there's this just a little thing with like a bunch of cup holders. It's kind of nice, you know. Um, let's see. The what's the first device? What do you mean? This one right here. It's called CC control. It's basically just one of the Ableton devices, but it just gives you control over the mod wheel, pitch bend, and those kind of things. Pretty useful when you're doing stuff with Contact, or when you want to automate the pitch bend and you don't like doing it inside of the clip like I do. I don't like going into here and then going to the envelopes and then going to pitch bend here and then not being able to see the automation here, but having to open up the clip. It's just a pain in the ass. So the CC control device is kind of helpful, because I can just click pitch bend here and I will have the pitch bend automation right here, which is so much better. And it should be, I think it comes with Ableton. You might have to download a pack though, I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure if it's, no, I think it's a default device at this point. Might have been included in one of the packs previously, but I think these days it's actually a default device, so. But it's a pretty helpful device. It's on Live 12 only. Yeah, I think it was introduced with Live 12, actually. Before that, I think there was a similar device, which was like a Max for Life device, but I might still have that one, actually. MIDI. I think it was called CC Map or something like that. Yeah, it was this one. Basically a very similar device. It's kind of like gives you control over the different CC values and just have to select whichever one you want to use, but Ableton made their own, which is much better because it has the pitch bend, which is automatically gonna be centered, right? So it has a positive and negative range, which the CC Map 8 device didn't. And it also gives you the switch for the sustain pedal, which is kind of nice. So you can just select sustain pedal there, and then you can just automate this switch, which is always good if you're doing something with piano or something. Do you get paid to have ads on stream? Yes, of course. Of course. Anyways, I have this little chord thingy here that I think we wrote last week, or at least we wrote something very similar to it. But I was going through some stuff before the stream and I heard these chords and I was like, okay, well, that could be a start to something. And we can work from there. And you get paid from people with YouTube Premium, I guess? I don't know exactly. Hello, Daredevil. Welcome. Anyways, so this progression is kind of weird, honestly. I haven't really looked into it, why it works. We might actually do that, might be interesting. But it's kind of an interesting progression. So I think, and I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's in C sharp minor. But you can see I have these different colors. So these two chords, C sharp minor and D sharp minor, are in the scale, but these two are not. So I'm also not entirely sure if C sharp minor is the right scale. But it sounds kind of cool. Might be a little quiet for you guys. Let me just bump up the volume here. So I really like it. I don't know why it works though, because when we look at it, it's kind of odd. If we're going to C sharp minor, like you can see that this chord here, none of the notes are within the scale. It works though, but none of the notes are in the scale. And same with this one here, only one note is in the scale, but for some reason it does work, so... Now, one thing I can see already is that we have this really interesting... The bottom notes sort of like go down a semitone, and then for the last one it goes back up a semitone. So that is kind of an interesting voice leading, I guess. That's maybe why it works. Borrowed chords could also be a good explanation, like this is probably a borrowed chord, but there's probably even a better way to describe it. Now I notice it, there's also a cool movement here, where it goes up with a semitone, so that's kind of interesting. We could try and analyze it, see if I know what is happening here. Like, when I write these chords, I don't really care about the music theory, honestly, I just try some stuff and see what works. But it could be interesting to analyze it and see what is actually happening here. So, this is the one chord. Let's just assume that we're in C sharp minor. This is the one chord. It's just we've put the G sharp at the bottom. So the fifth is at the bottom, but that's just an inversion. That's the D sharp. That's the... I guess that's the 2 chord, but it's also not completely in the scale. Because this note would be that. It would normally be diminished. Which honestly also sounds cool. Kind of both work. But, you know, if it's a diminished chord, then it's pretty standard. Because the 2 chord in a minor scale is always diminished, but it's pretty standard to make that one just a regular minor triad. I guess that note is then coming from the Dorian scale, which is basically just a minor scale with a slight alteration to it. So it's very closely related, so it's not really that big of a deal. This chord though, let's see, what would that be? So, if we're in C sharp, which this is like an inversion of course, so this would be, see that's a C sharp minor chord. G, well first thing we can see is that there's no notes in the scale, so that already tells us something. Could be that C sharp is not the home base, that could be a thing. But I do think C sharp minor here sounds like home. Most minor scales are all similar. Yeah, true. Like when you have minor, natural minor, of course, then you've got harmonic minor, which is basically just an alteration of the natural minor scale. It just has a one note different, you know, which is the 7th, right? The 7th is natural instead of minor. But whatever, it's so closely related you can intermix between the two. Same with melodic minor, 2 notes different from natural minor. And then Dorian is basically when you take the 6th from like the natural minor and raise it up a semitone. So again, very similar. I believe that is actually this note right here, this A sharp. I believe if we turn this to Dorian, yeah, then this chord suddenly falls within that, so it's basically very closely related as well. You have Hungarian minor, exactly. You've also got Ukrainian minor, Romanian minor, which I'm not entirely sure. Ukrainian and Romanian minor might be the same, actually. I'm not entirely sure about that, but they all have a very similar sound. But, okay, this one, there's no notes that are in the scale, so that's interesting. Another thing I can immediately see is that G is exactly a tritone away from C sharp, which is our 1 chord. So, first thing you might think then is it a tritone substitution? I believe that's what it's called, but I don't think it is. Actually, I know it's not, because it's not a major chord. So, let's see. Let's have a little look at that. So if we have just a C sharp minor, then a tritone substitution, if you don't know what it is, it's basically when you take a dominant chord. So let's say we're just gonna stick with 2 chords for now because that's easier. We're gonna make this the dominant 5 chord, which would be a major chord, usually with a minor 7th. Okay, and we need the automation here because it's gonna sound quiet otherwise. So let's say we just have the G sharp here as well, so we have 4 notes and 4 notes. So this would just be 1, and that would be the major 5 with a minor 7, so that is your dominant 7 chord. Or would it be that? I'm not entirely sure. Don't know if it really matters, honestly. But this chord leads really well into here, basically, and that's how the 5 chord is usually used. It's used to go back into the 1, because it has a really strong resolution, and that resolution can be either minor or major, it doesn't really matter. That's maybe a little bit more classical music, and this would be more, I guess, modern, so like way of doing it. But that's a really common thing to do, to use the 5 chord to go back into the 1. A tritone substitution is when you substitute this 5 chord for another chord. It's in the name, right? You substitute it, so you replace the 5 chord with something else. And what you replace it with is basically another dominant chord, but doing it on a note that is exactly a tritone away from your 1 chord. So in this case that would be G, because if we go and count from C sharp, if we count 6 notes, you end up on G. Doesn't matter if you go up or down, you're always going to end up on the same place. So that would be creating a major chord on G, right? So we would do that, and then we could put a minor or major 7th, I'm not entirely sure. And you get that sound. And because that is sort of like related to this, it's basically you take this dominant chord and you change it for something that kind of works in a very similar way. It also leads very well back into the 1 chord. Not maybe in a different inversion as well, not entirely sure, but anyways, it does tend to lead very well back into it. But that's not what we're doing here, because we're not really substituting a chord. We're not substituting the 5 chord, so it's not that. Plus, it's not a major chord, it's a minor chord. So it cannot be a tritone substitution. What else is it? What could it be? So C sharp. If we go up 3, because I have a suspicion I know what it is. If we go up 3, that's another thing. Like if we take C sharp minor, so this chord right here, and we go up 3 to the median, which is basically just another way of saying a chord 3 semitones or 3 notes away, which could be, of course, 3 semitones or 4 semitones, because that's a minor third and a major third. So this chord is a third away from that, so that would be a median chord, which is actually in the scale. Like this one, what is that, E major, is actually in the scale. So that would be just a regular sort of like chord that kind of fits in the scale. Right, that's just a very... It's basically diatonic to the scale. That's what you would call that. If we make that minor, which we can do, you might have heard that in film music quite a lot. That actually works really well as well. This is a chromatic median, so we talked about it last week, I believe, as well. Which basically just means you're taking a chord that is 3 notes away, whether it's 3 semitones, so it's a minor third, or it's a major third away, and you usually keep the same chord quality, so in this case minor, and I believe it's either going to be 1 note that is not in the scale or 2 notes, depending on what chord you end up with. And that would be called a chromatic median. So there's obviously for C sharp minor, there's multiple. So we have, let's just make it a little easier to see. So this is just our minor triad, and that would be a chromatic median. This would also be a chromatic median, because that's a major third away. This would be an F minor. And yeah, so F minor has 2 notes outside of the scale. See, that also works really well. Again, something you might have heard in film music. Same thing will happen if we go down. So if we go down here with a minor third, that is also a chromatic median, and this one is as well. That's a major third down. And it can be really helpful to use those chords if you want to add some sort of like interesting spicy element to your progression. But what I think might be happening here, because we have this chord now, let's just make this a little longer. If we do this again, because that's also a thing. So let's say this is a chromatic median, right? We're going up with 3 semitones, so we're going up with a minor third, and we're keeping the same chord quality, so it's basically still minor. We can do this again. So we can go up again with 3 semitones, and look, we end up on G minor. So that would be called a secondary chromatic median, if I'm correct. It's basically just when you take a chromatic median and then you do that again. So you end up on a secondary chromatic median. And one thing that those chords usually have is that none of its notes will be inside of the scale, which is correct. So this chord here might actually be a secondary chromatic median. Now, not that it matters, but it's kind of interesting to analyze. And this also works, by the way, going from here to here to here. Maybe we want to invert it so that it sort of like sticks within the same sort of like range. You might have heard that in like some film music soundtrack or something, because this whole technique is very common in film music. That's the Spider-Man movement. And then usually that would also, for instance, lead very well into, I guess, maybe the 5 chord. So we could maybe make this, that, maybe even make it major. Maybe we drop that down there. So yeah, that leads us very well back into here. So that's kind of what that chord is, which is this second chord in here. So then we just go to our, I guess our 2 chord, but we made it just a regular minor triad instead of a diminished one. Even though the diminished kind of sounds cool, I'm tempted to go for that, but we'll see. And then we go into C minor. Now I have no clue what that is in this context. 2 notes are outside of the scale. But this could just be... I don't even know if this really has much of an explanation. It kind of functions more as a passing chord or something. Yeah. It just has a really clean voice leading back into our 1 chord, so maybe that's just what it is. Don't really know any other explanation. It's definitely not some chromatic median kind of thing, because it's just not, you know? I don't know what that would be, but it doesn't matter too much. It works though. So it just has these voices leading up, which kind of works well. So I guess that's just what that is. Not that it really matters, honestly. What if we make this one an F sharp? What if we make that an F sharp minor? It also works. So now this is an F sharp minor. So could we try something here? Something interesting? What if we replace this one with something? So E major is in the scale, we can make it minor. Not really too special. So if we have the... We could of course just put a 5 chord here. which leads very well back into here. Could we... I think I had the top notes here as well, yeah. That would now be, what is that, G sharp major, but I guess it's G sharp 7. But maybe we can change that one. What was that called again? I think we can also grab another dominant chord, which is from something in the skill, so let's see. Not sure what would work though, but didn't we change something to F sharp as well? Right, this is F sharp. What is the... Oh, that would be weird. Let's see. If we... G sharp major? Then you get a C sharp major into C sharp minor. That's kind of weird. What's that? No clue. That also worked really well for some reason. No idea why that would work. Anyways, let's just do this, because... What can we do for the last one? I'm gonna remove these top notes though, because... this kind of goes down. So what if we have an F here, so that we keep that downward motion back into E? Then what could we make from this one? What could we make from that? D? That would just be a D minor. I mean, that kind of works. So D minor would work. Let's see what else we have here. So we have C sharp going in, so that kind of stays. That would be an F major. Also kind of works. That's diminished, right? Yeah. Could work. Not sure what that last one is gonna be. Maybe for now we'll just stick with... Which one was it? This one. Because that works pretty well. Yo, Sefia. Welcome. Medic says, make it sound Asian, getting the vibes. Heard some cool chord progressions on the streets in Ho Chi Minh. I'm not gonna go all Royal Road progression here today. Let's make a little subby impact kind of sound. Well, impact more like just a subby bass hit, bass thingy here. Like a sub kick kind of thing, but with reverb on it, you know what I mean? And I could search for a sample, but I'm just gonna make it in the key of C sharp so I know what key it is in. And we'll just add C sharp here. Bring that down. And then maybe we'll make it longer. Give it a slight pitch envelope. Maybe not even that much, maybe just like 1 octave or something. And then let's just chuck some reverb on it. Hybrid reverb. Don't need that. Let's chuck the dry wet up all the way. Let's just do convolution. And something, probably something big. Maybe a hall or something. Although those tend to have a little bit of a longer attack, so maybe we'll go for real places. Just crank the size up, maybe to 200%. Okay, that's not what I want. Let's try a different impulse. Why is that clipping so loud? Let's just put the stereo down. I guess we can just group this. And make another chain so that we have a dry chain here. We also have the bigger spaces one. That might also be interesting. Maybe we'll decrease the level of the dry chain a little bit. Maybe we'll add a little bit of harmonics to this as well. Guess we can just go maybe here. Try one of these. I hate that these impulses give me different levels. That's kind of annoying, but just have to find one that I like the sound of. That's kind of interesting. Okay, I like that one, that sound, so that is a sound we can use. Let's just call this, what was this actually? Was this a, this is not a violin, is it viola? Oh, it's just strings, okay, cool. We'll just call it strings. Yeah? Oh my god, what's happening? Yo. What? What the fuck are you doing? Okay, I was about to say, like, what? If this was like a massive project, I would understand, but come on. A vibrato on the kick? No, I don't think we need it. It's just need a bit of a nice subby hit. And I'm kind of looking at like the what is that? Spectrogram here. I wanted one with a bit of a sort of like dirtier low end. Like some of these impulses. Which one are we using? Large bunker. Okay. So some of these will have like a pretty clear, as you can see down here, the sort of like the subtone is still pretty clean, or at least it's staying at like a very specific frequency. In this case, whatever frequency C sharp is. So you see this really clear line still. But with this large bunker one, it kind of becomes a bit more rumbly. As you can see, it's still, there's still a clear sort of like frequency, but it's a bit more rumbly than the other one. So that was kind of what I was looking for. Maybe I'll sidechain this reverb very slightly so we get the initial hit a little bit cleaner, and then going into that more rumbly tone. Let's see if that works. We'll just use this one, just a single one. I could just automate the volume actually, but this way we don't need any automation. Do pre-effects. And then just, I don't know, maybe crank this up. Actually, I like it without, so let's just keep it like that. let's see. We add a little bit of a... So this would be 16 bars, right? Yes, so this is 32. Maybe we'll add a little choir or something on top here. Because it does kind of feel pretty cinematic, so... Let's see. Do we have a bit of a cool choir? Something in here maybe? Choir. Women's choir. Just... Pick the legato maybe. That works. Can just copy this. The little weird thing happening with this patch that on the next note it sort of like has a little I don't know, a little weird thing that I don't like. We can try one of these maybe. See if that works. Can just change this ever so slightly. Okay, maybe not that. Does the mod will not do anything with this one? Because I don't get a slow attack, so that's kind of annoying. Let me just chuck a pitch device in front of it so we can quickly change the octave. I think it does want to be higher. This is kind of hard to hear otherwise. Maybe it'll just stop there. We could also try the, what was that choir again? Is it in here? Where did I put that? When in doubt, let's go and open this one. Oh wait, it also has a legato patch, so maybe we'll use that one. That also sounds pretty cool, having this just stay on that page. What happens if we do that in here? That would be that staying here. I mean, kind of works. Maybe sounds a bit more sad when we do that. Not necessarily what I'm going for. Okay, but that choir does kind of fit well. I do like this. I wish we could make this one come in more smoothly. Can we do that? We do have attack time here. Oh, but that doesn't... That's a shame. Would be nice if that would just copy the same value, but we can fix that. Oh wait, this one is different, of course. Yeah, this choir does tend to start sounding like Ghost in the Shell pretty quickly. I'm gonna go and add a little key switch real quick. So I think that's G sharp -1 to reset it. Yeah, okay, cool. So now it always resets to that first one. Maybe we'll actually just stick to let's add 4. To be that. That would be D. Okay, let's do a little bit more sound design. Well, let's see, maybe we can find some percussive element that we can add real quick to give this a little bit of, I guess, something that starts changing a bit. Do I have some cinematic percussion? Nothing too big, I just want something small. Those are massive. mean, now we're in this folder. Do we have some? Let's see. Do we have some higher sounds maybe that we can throw in? I have a couple of packs from the same company. Let's see. Could be fun. Not that big of a fan of that. Something higher, probably. I mean, that's an interesting sound, but not sure if that will work. It's an interesting sound for sure. Can put it maybe up to C sharp. Let's see. Can we put it? Might leave that one somewhere in here. Could maybe use that some. gonna be tough to make a long thing like that work, because obviously we have these really weird chords, right? Vem, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you good? Are you good? Is there anything you need to talk about? Let's see, maybe we'll make something ourselves. What if we what happens if we I'll have what he's having, yeah, exactly. Indeed. Like, yes, we have weird chords, but I wonder what happens if we have a drone underneath it. Which could actually work, because the chords don't really have bass. Right? We're like up here. So what if we have like a drone coming in lower here? What are we gonna use? Do I fancy making a drone from complete scratch? Not really. Might be able to find one in Omnisphere or something. Like, I wonder if we just have like a C# drone underneath it. If that would work. Let's see, let's do all. Let's just go here. And let's just search for drone. And let's sort this by rating. Cool, we get a whole bunch of things. Might be good to put a pitch device in front of here so we can quickly switch it to a different octave. I don't mind it, actually. I don't mind it, having like a drone that just sticks to C# underneath it. We'll just have to find a good one. This one is a bit really low passed, so maybe something that has a bit more stuff in it. Okay, that one is super quiet. Don't want too much up here though, because that's gonna interfere with the chords that we already have. No, I don't mind the chord length. What if we just have this going up like in here already? So we get that. Do like that. But this chord is different. So that would be... Don't mind that. Damn, that's dark. Like this one, this one, yes, there is a pitch, but it's so hard to hear because there's so much rumble stuff happening that it really doesn't matter what sits on top of it. Fourth chord could be higher. I mean, maybe, but... I don't mind what we had. I want to find something good for this one right now. Something that I like. That's really low. And I might bring this in so like halfway through, start automating it in or something. Could even change like at the very end, maybe. Go to, what would that be? F sharp, and then maybe a G at the end or something. I think after, so like this cinematic intro, we'll have something with a bit more of a rhythmic thing, like an ARP or something coming in, maybe with quite a bit of bass as well. And we'll probably go to a bit more of a just straight up C sharp minor kind of thing in that section. Because honestly, like this whole sort of like chord thing would be pretty difficult to make work in a drop anyway. So we want to go to something that's a bit less musical after it, you know? Could we figure out, would it be possible to have like a, let's see. Thinking what could be a cool pattern for it. Probably on 8 notes. Yeah, probably 8 notes. We could go to G sharp. Because then we can start doing What the hell? Can we remove the fundamental from this? Yes. Not sure yet what we'll do, but we'll get to that. Kind of wants to go to C# though, I think. I mean, we could also go to that. Doing it on C#. Like then we suddenly go to, I guess, C sharp Phrygian, but hey, nobody cares. Like that works just as fine. Like we were talking about this earlier, right? Different minor scales and the different, so like how a lot of them you can use together. C sharp Phrygian would be another sort of like version of that, because when you look at like the Phrygian scale, or I guess mode is the better way to call it, it's only one note different from the regular natural minor scale. So it would work just as well. And it has a pretty dark sound, so. My chat is broken. Is it? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's just there. Let's see if we just automate this to go up here. We start like that without any bass. No, it's working. Maybe you can come in earlier. Maybe I can just start the note there. It might be easier. Just start that right there. I'm not too sure yet about this drone. Let's see if we can find a better one. What should be the A drop or a quiet part? I think after this we're gonna go into a bit more of a quiet part and then start building up. I think this will just be an intro, honestly. Like this cinematic thing, which is kind of fine, you know? How to set up millimeter for multi-channel? What do you mean? This is mid-side. Like if we go into settings, you can see right here we have mid and side for the waveform view. And I believe there's the oscilloscope here set to multi. And the stereo meter is set to RGB, which basically means, well, I mean, set to RGB, but it's set to multiband here on the correlation. So that we get 3 bands for the low, mid, and high. That's basically what I'm doing. Could also go into this after. So after this first section, it might also work. I also still think this drone is kind of weird, so... Sounds like that one is not in C sharp. No, it's definitely not. Less of a drone, but... Yo. Oh, I do maybe like using convolution on this to make it sound different. Probably would keep it at 100% wet and then just have like another bus for that. We could just send this to bus 1. And then we can also make sure that that bus is mono, or at least the bass is. No, actually this impulse is mono, so... Because that way we can really sort of like dirty up that sound and make it sound a little bit different than just a plain old sort of like sine wave. Maybe with Beam. No, I just want to find like a cool sound to sit underneath this whole thing. Probably should play it with everything. Could also just try making a bit more rumbly, sort of like low end. That might actually work better because of these chords that they're changing, right? So it would be maybe a little bit better to have the low end underneath it, so like be more rumbling, because then it doesn't really matter that the chords on top of it change. Might be good. Could use some Foley for that, maybe? Maybe some industrial noise or something. Like, see, just looking at this low end, it already has that rumbling sort of like texture. All of these do. And these are just from Freesound, obviously. Just need to make the low end a bit more mono of this. But I actually might like a bit of the high end as well, because that could add a bit more texture. Oh, these are really quiet as well. Let's see. That one has a more clear tone. You can see it in here as well. So, wouldn't necessarily want to go for that one. So there's some weird resonances on the top. So let me get rid of this, because otherwise I gotta have really strong tea. Also, notice on some of the other ones, this might actually be fun to show you. There were a couple of ones. Let's see, where are they? Which one is a good example? Oh, that one maybe. Hear how there's bird sounds in there? This is something that happens a lot when you do field recordings. So maybe you have like a recorder and you go outside to record sounds. How many times have you had the thing where you recorded a cool sound of like some ambience and you load it into your computer? I know I've had this in the past. And you load it in your computer and you listen to it and you're like, got them fucking birds. You know? Well, you can actually remove it really easily with Soothe. So I was messing with this earlier on some like recordings of my own where I had some of these recordings and there were like annoying little bird chirps in the background. And I was like, if it wasn't for the bird sounds, it would actually work really well as a sound. I don't have lemon juice here. Right, so you have those annoying bird sounds. So you can already see that Soothe is picking them up pretty well. And we just crank this up. We can start. There's a bit more happening in some areas, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to completely remove it. I did it earlier on a recording on my own. It actually worked really well. This one, it somehow isn't picking up most of it, but... maybe it's just a bird or something. The type of bird. Sometimes can work really well. Okay, this one is just super quiet. Oh yeah, there's some in here as well, but... it definitely removes quite a bit of it. I do have RX as well, yeah. That's another good contender for removing them. But Zoot usually does a pretty good job as well. Like, those ones are quite hard to remove because it's just like textural. Right? So those will be a little bit harder to remove, but... if it's more like... you know, like the whistly ones, those are really easy to get rid of with Zoot. Of course, when I'm looking for one, then I can't find one. Wait, what was it again? Harbor, I believe. Some recordings of some harbor. Was it in here? Or was it called Port? That might also be. I mean, with this recording as well, those really high resonances, you could easily remove that without getting rid of the noise. That's another thing you could remove with it. Obviously. Like that resonance up here. I mean, it already removes it right now. Right here. Light airplane sounds? I guess, yeah. That could also work, because they're also resonant. Ooh, that would be probably a good one. Hey, those higher birds there, probably really easy with this one to remove. So they're sitting somewhere up here. Right there. So if we boost the shit out of this area. Maybe a little bit above it as well. Like, there's still gonna be a tiny bit left of it, but... It's almost gone. And I have had recordings of this of my own where it was just like, God damn it, there's so many bird sounds. I would remember like being there in the moment and being like, oh, this ambient right here is really nice. Let me just record it. And then I come home and I put it on my computer. I'm like, what the fuck? This is absolutely unusual. There's just birds the entire time. But with Soothe, it's actually pretty easy to remove. And whatever little bit is left, especially if you use it in something, in like an intro or a track or something, it's gonna be so subtle that you don't even hear them anymore. Now, obviously, if we low pass it, it doesn't matter at all. We don't even have to remove them, but. I mean, I've had mine for like a really long time. I had the. Let me save the project as well. I had the. Or I still have it. DR. Was it? This one? Yeah. Why the hell does it give me a cookie pop-up in Japanese? What the fuck? Oh, because it's the Japanese website of the company. Okay, well, whatever. I'm using this one. There's better ones, obviously. This one doesn't have like the XLR input for mics, but it's good enough. Testcam in general, oh, they don't make it anymore, but it has been replaced with the DR5. Okay, cool. I've had this one since forever. Testcam makes pretty good ones, actually. They're pretty good. Ah, okay, so that one has the updated version. I mean, mine is kind of busted up, to be honest. The battery door falls off the entire time. Like at the back of this thing, there's like a battery. This thing, that thing is. I've taped it because otherwise it falls off. It's supposed to sort of like lock in place, but the locking mechanism doesn't really work anymore. So I had to put some tape around it to fix it. But hey, it still works. Like, it's not like the battery door affects the sound quality, so as long as it still works, it still works. Wait, I don't have that thing with it. What the fuck is that for? Do I have that? I can't ever recall having a remote for this thing. Why would I need a remote, to be quite honest? But yeah, this is the one that I use. Actually, I don't even know where it is. I haven't really used it in a really long time, but should still be somewhere. So, how are we gonna transition here? Let's see. Hey, there's still birds in there, but it's fine. I don't really care about it. Probably don't even hear them. I think actually here, the last section, the last chord, we might actually change some stuff here. Maybe just going back to that. So we want probably something building up here. Some kind of a reversed thing. Noise. Right. Something like that. Yo, Angel. And this can probably stop as well. We got some weird chords, Angelite. I actually wouldn't really use my headphones most of the time when I use the recording. When I use the portable recorder. And if I do, I would just use some earbuds that I have, you know, that I used to use with my MP3 player. I would just use those. Or I would actually use my my old AKG headphones. They worked pretty well with it. I just needed to use the little adapter to make it go from like the big, what is it, the big jack plug into like the, what is it, the 1/4 inch, I believe. And it would actually, while it is a headphone, a studio headphone, it for some reason still worked pretty well. And the level was decent. I would just have to crank the level up a little bit of the headphone out so that I could properly hear it, but wasn't that big of a deal. Obviously, with like just regular earbuds, you don't have to do that because the impedance is much lower. But even with like studio headphones, they would still be able to drive them, so not that big of a deal. You can probably use any sort of like studio headphones that you have. Probably works just fine. You might just, like I said, have to boost the output level a little bit. Of the headphone output, of course, not of the actual file, because then you don't want to boost the mic input, the input gain. You want to just boost the output gain of what you hear, but not what you record. Otherwise, you're going to have clipping recordings, which is not nice. I kind of feel like we want to have some resonant thing here. Ooh, maybe we can use one of those recordings that we had earlier. Where were they? Here? They were something industry that had some cool resonances in it. Like that one has some. But these are all just one frequency. There were a couple of other ones that had like multiple frequencies in it, which might be pretty good. Let's see. Where are they? That's actually a pretty cool sound. Not what we need right now, but... Oh, well, there we go. That's the bird one that I was looking for. This would be one where you can remove those with Soothe really easily. But I've already showed it now, so I'm not gonna do it, but... Where's the one with those resonances that I heard earlier? You'll see now I won't be able to find it. What was it again? Port? Maybe we'll just have to search for some other resonant sound, but... like, that does have a resonant frequency up top, but... pretty sure we had a much better one with different resonances. That had, like, multiple. I mean, I have a shit ton of these from, like, this one user from Freesound. Also, I use Sooth to isolate them. Oh yeah, birds, yeah. Like, if you have, like, recordings and there's always birds in it, you know? Especially out here where I live, like, there's always it's either gonna be some crows, some magpies, or something like some other kind of corvid, you know? We got so many of those out here. Like, especially, we used to have a ton of, like, crows, but nowadays it's mostly, jackdaws, which are, like, this really small corvid species. Really fun birds, really smart birds as well, but, like, when I go out to record sounds, like, I'll have, like, them in the recording, like, basically every single time. Magpies are more annoying to remove, though, because they make, like, this weird laughing sound, which is a bit harder to remove. But yeah, this one dude that is on Freesound has like so many packs with like field recordings, and he's from the Netherlands as well. I can definitely recommend him if you want to get some like good field recordings. This dude, Klankbeeld. It's the most Dutch name ever as well. He has like a lot of like field recordings of like all kinds of stuff. And of course, birds. But these are pretty good. Like, he records some pretty high quality. A lot of them are either going to be WAV or FLAC files, so also pretty good. Like, there's a ton of people on Freesound that will upload their field recordings in, like, MP3 quality and shit. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck do you even upload it? You know, if it's an MP3 file. Like, completely unusable. But he uploads them in pretty high quality. He has, like, a couple of ones in, like most of them are just gonna be at like either 44.1 or 48 kilohertz. But I think he also has a bunch of them uploaded in like 96 and stuff, so you could even use them and pitch them down and still keep like a good amount of high end, which is kind of nice. Over here it's mostly doves. I mean, yeah, we get those too, like city pigeons, you know. And we do get some smaller birds, but we used to get a lot of like really small birds back in the day, but these days you almost don't see them anymore. There was this one, I don't even know what they're called in English. Oh, sparrow. Wait, is that a sparrow? Okay, I didn't know that those were called sparrows. We used to get so many of these back in the day. These really small, tiny birds. But nowadays I don't really see them all that much anymore. It's almost like they've been replaced by by these. Now it's mostly just these that are just everywhere. I think 44.1 is just fine. Yeah, it is. True, it is. But it depends on what you want to do with it. Like, if you have, for instance, like, let's say you have a recording of, like, some metallic sounds or something, and you want to pitch them down to make, like, some, I don't know, some impact sound out of it, or some kind of cool sound. But you also want to keep some of the high end. You know, you don't want it to sound really low pass, because that's what happens, right? If you pitch the sound down, it's going to get more and more low pass the further you pitch it down. But if you have a recording that is in like 96 kilohertz or even higher, then it will have a lot more frequencies even above like what would normally be the Nyquist frequency. So when you then pitch it down, you'll still have high end. Even though you've pitched it down maybe like 2 octaves or something, there will still be high end because there is just more high end in the original file, way above the range of what you can normally hear, because the sample rate is much higher. Whereas with like 44.1, if you pitch it down an octave or 2 octaves, you're really gonna see it as well. There will be this hard cutoff appearing, and the further you pitch it down, it'll be more and more obvious. Like I don't know what the sample rate of these files is, for instance, but can we see that? Okay, it's 48 kilohertz. Like if we start pitching this down, so right now it's sitting all the way up to what, 20k, 21, something like that. But if we start pitching it down, you can see that it has this hard cutoff there. And with a higher sample rate file, you wouldn't get that. You would actually still have stuff here that normally would have been way above the range you can hear. But because the sample rate is so high, it actually still has frequency information there. Whereas with a file like this, you know, it doesn't. So depending on what you want to do with it, it could be beneficial to have a file that is a higher sample rate. But it all depends on what you're doing with it, of course. If you want to make dragon sounds, I mean, I guess if you want to make like a human voice into like some weird ass fucking creature, then it could be beneficial to record like human voice sounds with a high sample rate so that you can pitch them down and still retain like texture and quality up top. Could be a reason, yeah. Let's see, we got some... Want some noisy thing. Noise. Well, there we got some resonance. Let's see. Let me just search for noise. That's not really noise. Noise. These might be useful. Yeah, like you can just record anything basically and turn it into cool sounds. Not sure if that's what we're gonna do, but... Know what we're gonna do? Make more tea. Fucking... I pulled the fucking thing off of the tea bag. Now... I need to make sure that it doesn't fall into my fucking glass of water. Earl Grey today. Cool. We need to start making more sounds. But what? Might start making some drums. Because I don't really know yet what this sort of like this area is gonna do. And I also think we want to have more elements come in here in this section to really make it sort of like build up in how epic it is. but this kind of works for now. Earl Grey is just a good basic tea, you know? Nothing too special. Just want to make sure it's not like super strong, because my last glass was pretty fucking strong. Should be good. Black tea is good too. Make the build up with a snare. I think we're just gonna start making drums though. Might be able to put a little bit of that in for now. I guess Earl Grey is a black tea, is it? I don't know. Yeah, it is. A bergamot flavored high quality black tea. With a flourish of Ceylon. Okay. And fragrant lemon peel from Spain. Okay, cool. Like normally I would use loose leaf tea, but you know, when I'm streaming, that's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying to make, you know. So I'll just grab some like tea bag tea because it's a little bit easier. Yeah, so let's just make some drums. But yeah, you were pretty much right. Pretty much dead on. YT is alright. Not my favorite though. But sometimes YT can be nice. Yeah, especially jasmine tea or something, you know. No, I usually just go for either black tea or green tea. Usually my go-to. So because we're in C sharp, the kick is going to be pretty low. So it might be good to have a little bit more range on the pitch envelope. Something like that. Maybe we can even increase this one. It's going to be pretty high, but it's pretty low to begin with, so actually don't mind that. Pretty decent kick. Have no click option for kick and serum? What do you mean? I mean, Serum, yeah, love it or hate it, but it's just a really good plugin, so, you know. It's definitely my go-to for making, like, electronic drums, though, because you just get so much control. But, like, a lot of other sounds, you know, like, I love using organic sounds a lot, because there's this one issue that you'll have if you use like Serum for everything, and that is that almost everyone uses it, right? So it's very easy to fall into this trap of making sounds that you know everyone makes, and that's why I love using organic sounds so much, either from like Contact or from like recordings of organic things is that you'll get stuff that you that isn't as common, you know. Go Daddy Ed. Nice. Hey, at least that's some money for me, you know. Cool. So that could be our snare, or our snare, or kick. And we'll probably add something to it later, but let's see. Let's make a snare. Now, snares we can start from scratch, but we can also just use some samples and layer them, which is kind of what I've been preferring for snares lately. I do like the high end of that. Another drum rack. Let's do an instrument rack. Could be good for like some attack. I think I want to make a snare that is a little bit lower, not like the really high kind of things that I often make. I'm looking for something with a bit of a lower fundamental. Maybe? Also is maybe good. Really low, but kind of nice. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, you can like in Serum's noise oscillator, there's also like all these attack layers, which you can also use for like the attack of a kick drum. But usually if I have like a kick that I like, I'll just make it something like this. You know, maybe have like a very subtle noise at the start, but that's usually what I'll start with. And if I need some more attack, or like some texture in the attack, I would just look for like some samples, you know, and just layer that on top, basically. I'm just gonna grab a whole bunch here and see. That's weird. Might be cool for like a top layer. Okay, cool. So we have plenty of stuff now. Let's find the lower ones first. So these are like the lower ones that we had. And then here we got some higher things. I guess that's a bit low as well, but I like more the tail of it. That one can maybe go there as well. Cool. So now we can start mixing between this and see if we can get something nice. I do kind of like that one, even though it's really low. Okay, so this one I mostly like the tail. Let's just... G sharp would be there. C sharp would be right here. And then I guess another C sharp would be up here somewhere. Right about there. So we'll probably use any one of those pitches. Should we layer that weird one in? Could be fun. Start adding some processing on this. This plugin is so amazing for like drums. It's basically a transient shaper, but it works in a completely different way than most transient shapers do. Like most transient shapers will just give you attack and sustain, right? Sometimes it'll be like a multi-band transient shaper, like for instance, what was it called again? ST4B, like this one. It's basically a transient shaper, but in multi-band, which is kind of nice because then you can just, you know, like boost certain areas. And you can definitely get like nice effects that way. But Spiff works in a completely different way, where it's kind of like Sooth, but you just boost where you want more transient. So low end or mid range or in the high end, and you can just so like boost the area where you want that transient to be accentuated. Which is really nice. It also works the opposite way if you go to the cut mode, of course. That's what's actually how it was originally made, because Spiff or Ook intended this to be used, I believe, as a plugin to remove footsteps from recordings, from like field recordings and stuff like that. So that's what they originally intended the plugin to be, like just something to remove footstep sounds and similar sounds to that. But they actually figured out while they were making it, like, wait a second, if we flip that and turn it into a boost, it's actually a great transient shaper. And it actually is. It's a really powerful transient shaper. But it just works different because you don't necessarily get too much of like it's not like you have an attack and decay or attack and release, right? It's not like you can really shorten the sound with it. But to add more punch, it's a really good plugin. And when you're making drums, that can be quite helpful. Like even on this setting right now, which is pretty subtle still, or it's basically how it loads up. Maybe I've tweaked the curve a little bit, but that's before and that's after, so you can already hear that it really adds a lot. See? Maybe even in combination with ST4B. Because ST4B definitely makes it shorter though. Like this one really has the capabilities of shortening something. If you bring it up, it shortens the high end a lot. So that would be the 5th, which is actually kind of nice. But let's see what it sounds like if we go a little bit higher. So that would be roughly C sharp. How to add a tone like a Mafia snare? Well, first you would have to specify what kind of Mafia snare, because he has a lot of snares which are really high pitched. And that would literally just be like taking a snare that you've made and just pitching it up, like pitching it up a lot. Like if we take this snare for instance, I guess I always keep forgetting that we have bounced a new track now. And this one might also be clipping actually. Yeah, we're clipping like crazy, but it's fine. So like one thing a Mafia snare often is literally just a regular snare and then pitching it up like 1 or 2 octaves. Like he uses a lot of those really high pitched snares. But they can also become pretty short when you do that, so if you want to design that, well, make it higher pitched first of all. So obviously we would take like a frequency shifter and just, because with a frequency shifter you're just shifting the sound in hertz, right? You're not really making it shorter, so you can get a very similar effect. So you get like a much higher thing. But the one thing I would say is like the higher your snare, the shorter you want the fundamental to be, because it really starts ringing out quite a lot. He does, yeah, he does make very short snares a lot of times. But this could already go into that direction. And a good way to shorten the fundamental actually is if we take a Pro Q, Could be Pro Q3 or whichever one you have. I only have 3. But you can take that and just find that fundamental. So in this case, it's right here. And then you have the dynamic EQ thing, right? So you want to basically increase this and then cut at the same time. So we can really just emphasize that area. And then maybe let's exaggerate it a lot. And then we boost it back up to roughly where it was. So we still get that same sort of like fundamental now. But it becomes a bit shorter and it can be beneficial to go into here. And because we're clipping so hard, this is not really working properly. But maybe if we put it in front of this so we're not clipping, yeah. See, so we still get that fundamental tone now, but it's much, well, it's kind of shorter as well, and it's also less loud, but let's bring it back up to the same level roughly. You can kind of see it down here on the spectrogram that it's just shorter. Like that one rings out longer, but on drums it's gonna be so short anyway. The timings are really short, but that is a pretty easy way to shorten that. Or just take like a multi-band transient shaper, right? Like this one, and just shorten it that way. Or if you don't have a multi-band transient shaper, just split the snare up in multiple frequency bands and put a regular transient shaper on the band that has the fundamental in it, you know? That also works. Like if we don't have a multi-band transient shaper, we could literally just grab like an EQ3 and just say like make a little rack here. So we can just say map that one, and we'll map the high frequency as well. And then we just duplicate that 3 times. We got low, mid, and high. And low is, I guess, going to be a bit weird one because the fundamental of this snare is already pretty high, but we just want to find like where that fundamental sits. So right there. And also, if you do these frequency splits, a good tip is use a 24 dB per octave curve, not a 48, because 24 is the most transparent and it sort of like layers back the cleanest. Like it layers back sort of like you get the least sort of like with 48, it also starts boosting quite a bit around the frequency that you select here, but with 24 dB, like most plugins that do a multi-band split will be using a 24 dB per octave curve on the filter for the frequency split, because it just sums back to whatever it sums back to is closest to the original sound. Obviously, if we would use like a linear phase or something, it would be even closer, but it's not really too important. But like we can just do that, and then we could just grab whatever transient shaper we have. So I don't know, maybe transient master from Native Instruments. It's actually not doing that much. Because it's already so short. Maybe the kilohertz one would be better in this instance. See, we can get it about that short. Doesn't really want to become much shorter, so if you need it even shorter, then you would have to go and do it with like some volume automation or something. But that already would sound much better on like a high pitch snare than that. There's obviously some in here as well, like the overtone of it, so... But that's usually how I would make the more higher pitch snares. Like, doing something similar to this. We can put transient shaper on the high bend as well, but maybe... And this one I don't really like necessarily, but that is the process I would go for. Anyways, I wanted a different snare though. I want something lower, so we're gonna remove this one. So it might actually be good to create a little... I mean, I just removed the rack that we made, but... I would probably want to have like some kind of control over this. Oh, let's map these first. See, that sounds the least different. I think if we use 48 dB per octave, we might hear some kind of a difference. Oh, it's very subtle, but sometimes you'll actually hear more of a difference. So we can maybe add a resonance to this. This is something I do like to use Serum for, because it's really easy to do. Like, I think we did this last week as well, but might be good to show again. If you take like a sine wave, so let me solo it. We just have a sine wave, and then we just do we do it with this? I guess we do. So we can add like a little bit of attack, and then basically this would be our decay. And then we can use this as sort of like the length. We can make a really long resonance or make it shorter. Making a resonance, you would just take like a sine wave, and then if we copy this over here, for some reason it doesn't copy with the automation on it, but we can just do that. And then we can start pitching these into like weird pitches. And maybe even make this one a bit quieter. And then usually I like to use another sine wave, but I'll use that for some FM or phase distortion, whichever one you prefer. And then start pitching this maybe to something much higher. Just to create like some weird resonances that don't necessarily make a lot of sense, but like maybe that, right? That has a bit of like a cool tone. We could maybe add the same one here as well. Just a little bit. Probably put these all at 0. Maybe replace this one with FM, see what happens. And then obviously this creates some low stuff that we don't need, so I would add a nice deep high pass to get rid of it. And then this is also probably pretty long, but maybe even do something like that. And then this will probably not work with our snare. Also a bit quiet. A bit hard to hear, but just make it a little bit longer. So now, all you have to do is grab a frequency shifter after the EQ, so that it's not going to pitch up that low stuff that we had. And we can start pitching this and just find like whatever sounds cool. Maybe we go back into the Serum and just tweak some of these pitches. Maybe we'll make one of these much lower. And you're just using it to create some resonance, basically, some weird resonance, and then that could be a pretty decent one. And then maybe we do want to have another EQ after it, just in case we get some... Oh, that's fine. But you could, you know... And then, of course... you can blend in however much we want. Obviously the level matters as well. Okay, so now we're getting that sort of like weird added resonance that works pretty well, actually. Let me bring these layers up to the top as well. It can really work to make like a very boring snare more interesting. Maybe we'll add... So one thing I also see is that this is still completely mono. So... could widen this up a little bit, maybe? Let's grab a hybrid reverb, and we'll just chuck that on. Let's chuck it on here. On the convolution. Don't need the EQ. And we can group this. Create another chain, maybe. Actually, let's do this outside of this rack. So, because it might actually be cool what it does to the snare in general. And I would actually group this in a rack though, because we do want to be able to control how much this is added to the fundamental. Because we don't necessarily need all that much on the fundamental, but And then we can also control the level, of course. Maybe even put this earlier on in the chain, somewhere right here. Which means it's going to be cut short, so we could probably keep this longer, but... I do like keeping it here, maybe. So that the resonance sits around here. If we boost it there, going into this reverb, we get more of that resonance. Which can be pretty fun. Might want to shorten it a bit here though. Only issue is if we start pitching it to a different place, we will have to, you know, go back here and fix that, but it is what it is. Always though, make sure that this so in this case, I'm kinda probably gonna use this one to just change the snare a bit. So we probably won't even need that much width from this one. And if we want more width, we'll add like a layer on top of it. Sometimes it might even be good to just use a utility and just choose left or right. See, it has a completely different sound. So now we're just using this convolution to basically add something to it. It's not adding any width, but it's just changing the snare from that into that, which is much more, I don't know, it's much more realistic sounding, I guess. This sounds really digital, and this sounds more like an actual snare. And the resonance playing with that and the pitch of that is really gonna make or break the snare, I guess. Could even set up multiple and just... And this one kind of worked. Kick sounds a bit weak now. Do I have more tea? Should be good for another cup of tea. Exactly one more cup. Nice. Yeah, like the overall balance of the snare might still have to change, but that is also something that is hard to do without context of a track, you know? You would probably do that when you have a bit more of the track going. Not too important when you're still sound designing. Because it's easy to fix, right? Just a matter of EQing. But I get what you mean. Like somewhere here. Pretty subtle, but... So now, let's see if we can make the kick drum better. Snare is still mono now though, actually, so we might also do a little extra layer of hybrid reverb on the snare. And I don't like using the EQ in here because then I have to switch between these tabs, which I find annoying as shit. So I'll always just turn the EQ off and just chuck it up to 100. And just have like a dry band right here. And then I'll just chuck an EQ right after this one, so that I can see my EQ and the reverb at once, and I don't have to switch back and forth between these tabs in here. I find that just a lot easier to work with. So now for this one, I would probably get rid of most of the stuff here. We might actually put that EQ after here as well. And so with this one, I'm really just gonna look for something to, I guess just add a bit of width, you know? So we don't need something too long. See, so that way the snare has a bit of width. But I probably don't want that width to be in the mids, because that already sounds decent. So I would probably just add a utility after this and switch this to mid-side mode and just chuck that up to the side so it only has side information. So that is literally just being added to the snare. Just to add some width. So it's not completely mono, you know? But doing it this way, it's also not going to affect the snare in mono, because as soon as I sum this whole thing to mono, we just have that original snare back from before this rack. And that layer just adds a little bit of extra width on top, which is kind of nice. Now for the kick though. Because we've done a lot to this snare now. But the kick is pretty weak. So let's see if we can make that better. Still think the snare can be better actually, but that'll come as we tweak things more, you know. It usually starts like shit and then it just gets better over time as you tweak the layers and everything, and as the track evolves as well, because it's really hard to make it perfect without context. So you just want to set it up to like I guess a good starting point, and then from there, as the track becomes, you know, more interesting, more finished, then you can tweak everything and make it better. So first thing, let's try some convolution on the kick, because that can sometimes work pretty well. Now we don't need width on that. Maybe a little bit. Again, this bass mono switch is okay, but I would often just chuck a utility after it, because then we actually have control over what the frequency crossover is. So we can have like a little bit of width in like the mids or something. And let's switch this to convolution. And if I use width on a kick, it would probably be very subtle. Cool, let's make another chain. And of course an EQ as well. Just looking for something that dirties up the kick a little bit. There is no bass crossover setting, right? Oh, here. No, that doesn't work. That's only for the algorithmic reverb. But it's also something different. It's not going to it's not related to this bass mono thing at all. What this does, this bass crossover, if we switch to the algorithm, so it might be a little bit hard to hear on a kick, but so we can set the frequency at which we want that crossover to be, and then if we increase the size on the bass multiplier, is that? Yeah, bass multiplier. You can hear that the low end becomes longer versus, see? Low end is really short. And now it's much longer. So what that does, it's basically just affects that frequency at which that happens. See, now a lot of the sound becomes longer. But if we bring this down, now only the sub gets longer. But that is only relevant to like the algorithmic reverb, which we're not using, so that's not really gonna do much. But with kicks, I usually just look for something that adds a bit of dirt in like the low frequencies. Like that, for instance. So you have a really clean kick, and then with that, it just gives it that, it's hard to describe. It's like a slightly boxy sort of like tone. You don't want too much mid frequencies. Just a little bit of that. And then if you either saturate it or clip it afterwards, it can sound pretty cool. So maybe we'll just add saturate on after it, see what happens. Probably soft clipping is better. So without this, just get a very basic kick, which works, you know, it's fine. But I like a bit of dirt in my kicks. I just find that to sound so much better. Well, what the fuck? I made a mess out here with my water. Fucking hell. There's like a whole bunch of water on my desk. Damn, it's already 1:22 a.m. I mean, time flies when you're making drums usually, but... And then, of course, the impulse response is gonna matter a lot with this as well. This one is actually kind of nice because it's relatively short. Something like that. Now I can already hear the snare probably wants to be different, but... like, we can argue that that sounds much more interesting than that. It's a little bit longer, but, you know, nothing we can fix if it is too long. Can be fun to... Wait, we don't have to group it with this rack. Let's just group it without. Or heck, we could even do the layering in here because we have a sampler. So we can add a sample in here and just find like some kind of kick sample to layer in the attack. Let's see what happens. That's a snare. Let's do kicks. Or something completely different. Doesn't have to be a kick actually. It can be all kinds of stuff. Let's say we take that. So now we just... guess we can just set up a little thing here. And we can just find something to layer in the attack of the kick that we have. Now I do often like to do it outside of Serum though, because then it's easier to work with. Like there's no really like an easy way to flip the polarity of this. I mean we can, of course, we can send this to bus 1. Is that being used? No. So we can send this to bus 1 instead of to the main. And then we can put a utility here and flip the polarity. That works. But it's kind of a pain to have to switch back and forth. polarity is gonna matter a lot in how it layers. And sometimes it'll sound a lot stronger when the polarity is flipped. Just of how like the phases align basically. See? Sounds quite different. Also, it might be nice to send this to the filter and send this one just straight to main. And on the filter we do that, and then we want to send this to bus 1. And then we do a high pass here. That's really subtle actually. Like a lot of these kicks don't have that much attack to begin with, so like that one has. Still quite subtle, but wow. That's quite a difference. Wait. Oh, this is going to main and there we go. Now it works like it should. So we have that now, and then because we've taken out most of the low end, it's also not gonna do as much anymore, but if you have more low end, then this can really matter a lot. This one is actually fine on both, to be honest. But it becomes more fun if we start layering something completely different in here. Like, I don't know, maybe a percussion sound. I don't know, maybe we'll layer that in here. That's gonna be super subtle, but that's actually a pretty cool snare layer. Has like a really nice resonance. Huh. I mean, we've got a resonance, but that could be a good snare layer. Let me just mark that one. What about with the serum splitter? What do you mean? What is with the serum splitter? Also something we could try out. If we chuck these pitch envelopes on the global pitch, that the sample is also going to be pitched. Might be fun. Now it's going to be really short, but if we bring this down a bit. Kind of works. It's subtle, but does add a bit of extra sort of like punch. It actually sounds pretty cool. Oh. I don't mind that. Is an effects with serum to split frequency? Yeah, you can do that, but what about that? Like you said, what about with the serum splitter? But yeah, what about it? What? It's a splitter. It's a frequency splitter. What do you want me to say? You know? What do you want to know about it? It's literally just a frequency splitter. That works the same way as any other one, basically. You were probably talking about the convolution reverb thing. Like, if I would use the convolution inside of Serum, I guess. But I often prefer doing it outside of Serum, because it's just easier to work with. Let's keep this mono. So this would actually be fun as well. Like, I remember last week we talked about like low-end stereo width, and it can sometimes be really fun. But I would just take another hybrid reverb with some convolution, and I guess we'll chuck it up to 100. Do like similar thing as what we did on the snare actually, but like that's a lot. We don't need that much. But find like another impulse that is relatively short. Probably not the same one. Or it doesn't matter if it's not short because we can make it short. And it would probably be, if we put this up to that, is it still gonna have mid information? Let's see. If we mono this afterwards. Oh yeah, plenty. I mean, I can see it as well, of course, here. So, if we switch this to mid side and then just do that, so now it only has side information. We can use this rack to sort of like add a little bit of width to the low end. Just low past that. So we have very quiet layer. But if we look at it here now, we get that little bit of low end on the kick, which is, or a little bit of stereo low end on the kick, which is kind of nice. And because we made a kick that sounds good in mono, it will still work, because this layer is not affecting the mono signal at all. And we can just start trying out different things. Like that one adds a lot of width. Look at it. Decrease the level a bit. But on a kick, this might actually be pretty fun to use. Just don't want that low end to be really long, so that it's longer than the actual kick, you know? That's probably not good. Like, it changes the sound of the kick ever so slightly, but it's so subtle that if it's summed to mono afterwards, it's not gonna be that big of a change. And as long as the mono kick sounds good, you know, it's not gonna be a problem at all. Like, that sounds so similar, but we do have a little bit of, like, width on the kick now, which is kind of cool. Little trick, something that you'll probably have seen on, like, Noisia tracks when you've analyzed them, you know? And you've looked at them and be like, how the fuck did they make these amazing drums? And you're looking at the drums and you're like, what the fuck? There's low-end stereo information in these drums. Yeah, probably convolution reverb. It's like such an amazing tool for drums. Now this snare, I am not happy with yet. Now one thing we can try is just going back to our layers and start shifting them. Also, when you're dealing with layers, it's always good to put a utility on them and flip the polarity of that utility. Because you'll be able to hear if it aligns better. Sometimes it does. This one is not that big of a deal. This is just the high end, so I'm not sure why I did it on this one. But This one has a bit more mids. Actually sounds better without it inverted, but the moment we start pitching it, it might change. Again, this one also has mostly mids though, or mostly highs though, so it's not gonna do that much. But yeah, I don't like the snare yet. That already helps a lot. We had a rack somewhere where we boosted the input gain. That was this one. Or maybe a little extra clap layer in here might be cool. I'm gonna pick a random one. So this is the align delay in Ableton. Just allows you to basically shift the snare drum later. You can do this with a regular delay as well, by the way, but this one allows you to do it by samples as well, if that's what you want, if you really want to get very specific and really short. But it basically just acts as a delay. It just delays this layer so that it comes in after the transient. Because I've also taken off the transient here by adding a bit of attack time, and that way we're sort of like just using it in the tail. See that works really well. And then maybe again, frequency shifter might be helpful here as well. Want to get different select tones out of it. That's actually pretty cool. Just have to make sure, because if we're shifting it down, we're probably also creating some low end. It's not that big of a deal now, but as soon as we start using the chorus, see, it goes up, it starts bringing it down a lot. It actually sounds pretty cool. What about Ozone Imager? The Ozone Imager can be fun. It can work pretty well mono still, actually. It's one of those imagers that does it in a way where it actually can still be mono compatible. I'm not even sure if I have it installed, to be quite honest. Let me check. But I mean, even with that one, you can also go overboard and like, it won't be mono compatible anymore. Like, there's only up to a certain point you can use it, of course. Ozone Imager. Oh, I do have it installed. What is the VST3 version? Wait, I got 2 VST3 versions? How is that possible? What? Wait. I think the VST2 and VST3 format thing in Ableton's browser is bugged. Because when I select VST2 in the browser, in the filters, I get 2 instances of Ozone Imager. If I select VST3, I also get 2 instances of the Imager. And if I have no filters for the VST format selected, I also get 2. What? That is bugged for sure. Because I know one of them is the VST2 and the other one is the VST3, so it's not doing anything. Okay, weird. But yeah, this one can be interesting. Like, let's make this one mono for a moment. That's stereo still. Right, so now it's mono. So if we turn this on, and then you have this stereo eyes thing here. Of course, the iZotope plugins, if they are selected, they take over control of my spacebar for some reason, but like now we can, not sure why it's not, okay, there we go. See, so now it's adding width. You can already hear that there's some phasing happening. And to check back what it's actually gonna sound like in mono, we'll put a utility after it. It still works in mono, but honestly it sounds kind of weird in stereo. See, do you hear all that phasing that's happening? So now obviously I'm doing it on the entire sound right now, but let's just widen up the high end like what we were doing earlier as well. See how it's, I don't know, it's creating some weird phasing. It's still mono compatible though, like, that's for sure. Like, it doesn't change the snare in mono, but in stereo it actually sounds weird. Like, we're losing high end, we're losing stuff in stereo, so there is some weird phasing happening. Okay, mode 1 sounds... yeah, even more phasing. No, this one is not gonna do anything right now because everything below this area is mono to begin with, so this is not gonna do anything. I can boost this. I mean, that is gonna do something, but like, that doesn't really change anything. Because this stereoized thing, like if I put this at 0, see, it's mono. So this thing only does something as soon as we bring it up. And if the input signal is mono, and you have this at 0, it's not going to affect the sound. So only this band is getting stereo applied, not this one. But it just, I don't know, it just sounds phasey. Obviously on like 1 millisecond it kind of works, but then you also don't get that much width, you know? If you want some more width, you definitely want to increase this, but it also starts creating a pretty phasey sound. So that's why I would always go for like convolution reverb, because it's just so much, I don't know, it's just a lot more easier to work with, sounds a lot cleaner. It's all about finding the right impulse, of course, but it works very well. Not gonna lie though, this imager is actually one of the more decent ones though. Like most imagers, or at least most stereo widening plugins, are literally just a Haas effect packaged into a plugin, you know. And the Haas effect is kind of just like something you can recreate with basically any delay plugin. You don't even need a special plugin for it. Because what it really is, it's just taking like a delay and unsyncing it, and then just delaying one channel from the other with a little bit, no feedback, and then you get width. See? But that effect is really, it doesn't work too well in mono, because as soon as you sum that to mono, you usually get, yeah, see? You get that really phasey sound. So even though it might sound good in stereo, like in stereo that sounds alright. You know, there's nothing really sounding too wrong with it. Let's say we only do it to the high frequencies, but then as soon as well, that's not really going to do much here, but let's say even if you only add it to the high frequencies, the moment you sum that to mono, you get that. Look at the cuts that are happening in the high end right here. See, so that's the phasing that's happening, because you're basically just delaying that, and the more it is, you know, the more of those cuts will start appearing. So while it kind of sounds good in stereo, in mono it absolutely doesn't. And that's why I always try to stay away from this effect. And a lot of stereo images are basically just this effect, sort of like repackaged. The Ozone one isn't. The Ozone one does actually do something different, and is much more mono-compatible, but it still has a bit of a phasey sound, especially when we compare it to like convolution reverb, which basically doesn't do that at all. And with convolution reverb, it's just, you know, you got so much control over it. Even if we add a bit of pre-delay, and we sum that to mono, there's still no phasing. See, so even if we delay this reverb signal, there is no phasing in mono, because basically this thing, well, first of all, I also did the side thing, so of course there's no phasing, but if we have this one turned off, it still doesn't create a ton of phasing. Like, it might sound slightly different in mono, but that's fine. You know, it's not like it's creating that really phasey sound that we had earlier. And why is that? Well, because we have the dry signal here and we have the fully wet reverb signal here, and the snare's running through this reverb, and it's basically now a completely different sounding snare from the dry signal. So these are not sort of like the same waveform anymore. Whereas with the Haas effect, you basically have two of the exact same waveform, and one is being delayed in the left or right channel, right? And because they're exactly the same, they start phasing really badly. But because this reverb signal is completely different from the dry signal, there will maybe be a little bit of phasing, but it's so subtle that you don't really hear it as phasing. And that's why I absolutely love convolution reverb. It just works so much better for like widening a sound. I use it on heads even, like if I have mono heads and I want to make them wider, just take like a really short impulse or just make it really short with the decay, and then just use that to add width to hi-hats or something, and it works so much better than any other stereo widening plugin. And it can also be really good to add sort of like a certain character to drums as well. Like, it's not just for widening something. Using convolution reverb to sort of like add interesting character to drums is also a good thing to do. And if you do it right, it's completely mono compatible, which is the best thing. You know, even if we don't have this thing here, that basically means that we only have the sides coming out of here, so it's really just adding width. Now, without this, it actually also affects the mono signal. But we can go pretty extreme, like that, right? So we have the dry snare, and then we have that reverb signal. And even then, if we sum it to mono, it still works just fine. See? So yeah, definitely my favorite thing when I'm doing drums is using convolution reverb. So much better. And it can be used for so many different things as well. Like, it doesn't even have to be used for like adding reverb to something. You can literally use it for adding, like, let's say you want to add a guitar amplifier tone to a sound. You can use convolution reverb for that as well. I don't have any impulses for that, or do I? Impulses. Well, I got the Trash 2 impulses. That should do it. Yeah. So, let's say we want to make this snare. We want to make it sound like some kind of other sort of like device. We can grab a hybrid reverb, chuck it on here, and no pre-delay. Put this at 100% wet, no EQ, and let's switch this to convolution. So now it's running through this impulse, which is just one of the standard impulses, but if you have a bunch of impulses, like for instance, a cheap condenser radio. Now the snare sounds like it's coming out of a cheap radio. Maybe we want a dynamic radio with a recorded with a dynamic mic. Or maybe we want, what do we have? A plastic box. So you can use convolution reverb as well to sort of like emulate like all kinds of things, you know, like let's say guitar pedals and shit like that, or amps. You can use it for that as well. So it's such a versatile effect. Like this is through a tin can impulse response, for instance. You can use it for like formant filter kind of effects, right? Or a different formant. So there's so many things you can use impulse responses for that are just, it's so much more complicated than just, hey, here you have it, some reverb, you know? What else do we have? Tape slip. Hollow. So these are just the impulse response from trash. Oh yeah, of course, amps. These are different kind of guitar amp impulse responses. And you can just use it to sort of like emulate those as well, which is really interesting. So it doesn't just have to be reverb. And again, you can also chuck whatever you want in here, right? If we go, I don't know, I have some impulses that I made myself that are, for instance, stuff like that. Chuck that in here. These are pretty fun on bass sounds. Like if you have a bass sound, you just chuck like some sample of like a chord or something in into a convolution reverb, and you'll be able to turn it into like a color bass kind of sound. Maybe not the best example on the snare, but see, you kind of get the idea though. Now we have a snare with a chord in it. The only thing I wish that this that Ableton would add is the ability to change the start point in this. Like we have the attack, but it would be really nice to have like a little thing here where we can drag it and change the start position. Like you can do that in the kilohertz convolution reverb. Like in the kilohertz one, see, you get these things here where you can actually change the point at which it starts, which can be pretty fun as well. Like if we go here, I have the same ones. This is the same impulse actually. We should be getting a pretty similar thing. Now this one doesn't have the EQ built into it, so except we do have this. So it kind of works similar. But this one has the ability to offset this. And obviously we want to have a fade out. Can actually also work for making weird resonances now I think about it. And I would put this at 100% mix and then group it, have like a dry chain, and then be able to mix the two that way. But this is gonna be pretty fun to create like some weird layers as well. But see how powerful this is? So I really wish that Ableton would actually add like a thing for that as well, where you could actually change the start position and end position. Because you can get a lot of cool things that way. But, you know, this one is actually really good as well, the Convolver from Kilohearts. So if you don't have one, then get this one. Oh yeah, this one can also reverse the impulse, which is even weirder. And yeah, what I love so much about it is that you can just drag anything in here. Like, let's see, do we have snare sounds? Snare's acoustic. Like, we can just drag a snare drum in here. What the hell? So now we're adding like the sound of an acoustic snare into this by using convolution reverb. So that's the snare. See? So you can just chuck anything in here. So if you have like a cool sounding acoustic snare, you want to give it the tone that that snare has and give that to your snare that you're making, you can just drag that sample into a convolution reverb and add it that way. And then of course the stretch, which is kind of like the size in the Ableton one, will change the pitch. Lower values is going to make it higher pitched. Higher values will pitch it down. So if you want to make like some crazy pen snare or something, this would be a pretty good way to do it. Just find like a bit of a resonant sounding snare drum, chuck it into here, and start processing it. And you'll basically have like your main snare, but you'll be able to add like a layer to it. So you have like different variations of the same snare that you made, which is kind of cool. Because then you can have like, let's say you have a transition at the end of a phrase where you really want the snare to sound absolutely massive, but you still want it to sound cohesive with the snare you had before it that didn't have that layer. Well, you can just use convolution reverb and find like a resonant snare, add it to your own snare. Like this already goes into that territory. See? Not sure why it adds these extra things at the end here though. Not sure why it does that, because... Oh wait, there's actually more snares in this than one. Huh, okay, that's why. Yeah, it can work for dubstep snares too. Exactly. But also to just get a cool resonance, you know? Like, listen to that, man. And I would definitely, you know, like, have this one at 100% wet, group it, and, you know, do it that way, because that way you don't affect the volume of the dry signal, but you only add the wet signal to it. Anyways, I'm gonna quit streaming because it's 2:12 a.m. and I need to piss like crazy. So thanks for being here. I'll be back next week, and yeah, I'm gonna keep it short because I really need to piss. So thanks. I'll see you all in the next week. Might work on this one again. I'll probably do some work on it in the upcoming week, but I'll see you again next Friday. Peace.